The time is now 8:45, which means the warm-up session has now come to a close. Please can we ask swimmers to make their way out of the pool as the warm-up session has now closed. Thank you. A reminder that we will shortly have our presentation for yesterday's final event. The medals will be presented for the Mixed National Pool Lifesaver Team Relay in just a couple of moments' time. Once again, the warm-up is now over. Please can we ask all swimmers to make their way out of the pool so we can prepare for competition. Thank you. It's time now for the medal presentation for the Mixed National Pool Lifesaving Team Relay. The medals will be presented by Deborah Hunt, RLSS UK President, Annie Gardner, RLSS Commonwealth Director of the Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships, and Cabell Birchall, the RLSS Director. Bronze medalists, Team Wales. Silver medalists, Team South Africa. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team England. Please stand if you are able to do so for the National Anthem of England. Congratulations once again to our medalists. Please can we ask officials to take their positions poolside, ready for competition. A reminder for this event, the competitors need to bring the mannequins to the side of the pool at the end of the races in order to help us reset. Once again, competitors, please bring mannequins to the side of the pool once the race is complete. Please, can we have athletes for the female 100-meter mannequin carry to marshalling, please? Once again, our athletes for the first event to marshalling. Thank you. Once again, if we could please ask the athletes for the female 100-meter mannequin carry to make their way to marshalling. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the World's National Pool here in Swansea for the second day of competition for the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships. A big welcome to all of our teams, our athletes and spectators here in Wales at the venue, and to our spectators watching live on the YouTube stream around the world. Yesterday, nearly 6,000 people tuned in to the live coverage of the event, and we hope to welcome many more people across the Commonwealth and across the world again today. And we are away for our third session of the weekend. This is the heat session. Plenty of action coming up. The 100-metre mannequin carry with fins to start. 50-metre mannequin carry coming up. Mannequin relay and the Super Lifesaver and Pool Lifesaver relay all on its way this morning. For now, though, this is event number 301 of the weekend. It is the 100-metre mannequin carry with fins. Starting off with the female category. 8 heats for this one. This, the first of our 8. Eve Hagan for Northern Ireland in lane 3. Iona Halford for Scotland in lane 4. And both of our swimmers have done their first 50 metres to go and collect the mannequin. And are now in the process of returning these final 50 metres. Remember, across these 8 heats, it's all about the times as our swimmers try to find their way into the finals this afternoon. And it's Iona Halford leading in this first heat for Scotland. 31-year-old swimmer almost at the end, and we will see the first time on the board. And it will be a 1:18.84 for Iona. Eve Hagan, 1:21. Away we go for heat number 2, 7 swimmers in this one. from 3 of our Commonwealth nations, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Sri Lanka. Maeve Pendleton in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Mia Malloy in lane 2 for Northern Ireland. Scotland in lanes 3 and 4 with Rebecca Stewart and Emily Masterton. Sri Lanka's Kailashi Ranabahu in lane 5. Abby O'Malley in lane 6 for Scotland, and Emily Black for Northern Ireland in lane 7. Into the final 25 metres of the heat. And it's Abby O'Malley who is leading the way. The 19-year-old Scottish swimmer will be the first to the wall. Fastest time in this heat, 1:13.84 for Abby. Rebecca Stewart will take second, and Mia Malloy in third for heat number 2. The leading time at 1:13.84. Heat 3 of 8 in the female 100-metre mannequin carry underway. Our athletes use the most of the propulsion of the fins underwater. It's Martina Zakowska in lane 5, the first to break the surface. Catherine Doyle in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Xanthi Nagel for South Africa in lane 2. Singapore's Wei Kwan Moira Wu in 3. Amanda Clark for Australia in 4. Martina Zakowska for Canada in 5, alongside fellow Canadian Caitlin Fowler in 6, Indigo Lang in 7 for Scotland, and Cindy Fathuria for Sri Lanka in lane 8. Now we're on the return leg of this 100 metres. Looking pretty close at the front of this heat. It is Miller Clark who has the advantage, as they go through 75, but it's all about individual times and whether they can book themselves a place in the final. Going to be pretty close on the line between the fastest two. Indigo Lang will take the fastest time of the heat, so 1:07.09, just 1300ths quicker than Minna Clark in second, and Caitlin Fowler, your third fastest finisher for heat number 3. Heat number 4 of 8. And our athletes away. Connie Miller for Wales in lane 1. Northern Ireland's Beth Campbell in lane 2. Celia Shemalt in lane 3 for Canada. Regan Copsey for Australia in lane 4. Kirsten Daly for Wales in lane 5. Yu Ying Bernice Ting for Singapore in lane 6. Huiji Jesslyn Neo for Singapore in lane 7. Kiara Rogers in lane 8 for Northern Ireland. It's Yu Ying Bernice Ting who is leading the way for Singapore. The fastest in the pool when it comes to this heat. Regan Copsey in lane 4, also swimming well. But it will be Yu Ying Bernice Ting, the fastest time, 60.34 seconds. That is a superb time. Regan finishes 65.56 in just 1/100th between 3rd and 4th. Away we go for heat number 5, the second half of the 8 heats for this female 100-metre mannequin carry. Some superb performances under the water. Rowan Joubert in lane 1 for South Africa. Layla Stamp for Wales in lane 2. Ella Quinn for England in lane 3. Crystal Zenu Lee for Singapore in 4. South Africa's Erin Langenhoven in 5. Abigail Kerr for Scotland in 6. Zoe Stein for South Africa in 7. And Anna-Marie Skinder for Canada in lane 8. And it is Skinder down in lane 8 who looks to have the advantage in this heat as we get towards the last 25 metres. Although Langenhoven in lane 5 also swimming well. Trying to get every second, every 10th of a second, every 100th of a second into the time. And Joubert up in lane 1, one to watch as well. In fact, Joubert will finish first, 62.44 for the South African swimmer. Langenhoven in 2nd, Skinder in 3rd, your fastest 3 for heat number 5, heat 6 on the way next. All right, athletes away. 5 Australians in this heat. Stephanie Staniforth, one of them in lane 1. England's Mimi Fisher in lane 2. Paige Holtz for Australia in lane 3. Savannah Voigt in lane 4 for South Africa. Chelsea Jones for Australia in 5, alongside fellow Australian Madison Jones in 6. Bella Murchie in lane 7. And then Wales's Emily Barker is in lane 8. Already on the return leg of this 100 metres. Bella Murchie seems to be leading the way, although it's close between that field of 4 at the front. Savannah Voigt kicking on hard into the last 25 metres, wants to extract as much as she can out of her time. We saw Voigt on the podium yesterday. She'll be aiming to be on there again today, and it is the 21-year-old South African who's first, 57.62. Ahead of Chelsea Jones and Madison Jones, rounding out the top 3 for Heat 6. Heat number 7, just 2 more left to go, is the penultimate one. Eloise Dickinson-Weenie in lane 1 for England. Eleanor Flowers for Australia in 2. Emily Robson for England in 3. Kendra Toit for South Africa in lane 4. Heather Watson's in 5 for England. Gemma Holtz for Australia in 6. Kendra Begley in 7 for South Africa. And Isla Lawson for England in lane number 8. And it's Kendra Toit in lane 4 who leads the way. And it's going to be pretty close for the fastest time in this heat. It will be Heather Watson, 57.27. 45 hundredths ahead of Kendra Toit in lane 4 next to her. And Emily Robson rounds out an England, South Africa, England top 3. Final time then for the female competition. Move on to the open next. Emily Hazard for Wales in lane 1, Jessica Harkes for South Africa in 2, Sally Marshall in 3 for England, Jessica Oates for Australia in 4, Cara van Heerden for South Africa in lane 5, Mercedes LeBlanc for Canada in lane 6, Sophia Quickly for Northern Ireland in lane 7, and Canada's Megan Warsaw in lane 8, and already we are returning home. And it is Van Heerden who has a superb lead over the rest of the field. It's all about individual times, and with the pace that she is carrying down the ball, it's going to be a superb finishing time for her. .53.81 seconds. That's only 3/4 of a second off of the Commonwealth Championship record time for Van Heerden. Jessica Oates in second, Sally Marshall in third, but that 53.81 seconds, a superb qualifying time. First of our 8 heats then for the open mannequin carry with fins, 100 metre, same as the females have just had. Ethan Parsons for Canada in lane 1. Mauritius in the middle of the field. Amnesh Dossier in lane 2. Rupesh Pawanidin in lane 3. Laurent Jean-Gal Le Anton in 4, Gopesh Bwanidin in 5, Maganivan Narenin in 6, and then Northern Ireland's John McKenty in lane 7. It will be Ethan Parsons, the fastest in this first heat for Canada, 55.16 seconds for Ethan. Ethan Parsons with the fastest time, that 55.16. Laurent in second, Gobesh in third. As we welcome home our final swimmer in that heat. Away we go with the second heat. More opportunities to find a place in our final or B final later on today. Remember, our finals block will be starting at 4 o'clock local time. For now, Singapore's Brian Yong Jitan in lane 1. Mina Mendes from Sri Lanka in lane 2. Stephen Tweedle in lane 3 for Scotland. Gillian Rocks for Northern Ireland in 4. Colin Conway in 5 for Canada. Sean Bo Shang Wu for Singapore in 6. John Wei Vernon Lim in 7 for Singapore, and Mauritius Kushan Govinda in lane 8. And Colin Conway leads the way at the front of this second heat. A strong swim. John Wei Vernon Lim down in lane 7 will finish in second. Colin Conway's time, 58.09 for the Canadian. And Singapore in second and third. Some good times for Heat 2. Please can the Canadian team manager make their way down to competitor liaison. Once again, that is the Canadian team manager down to poolside. Thank you. Heat number 3, we are away. Daniel McCardle in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Ronan Adams in lane 2 for Northern Ireland. Killian Lamont for Scotland in lane 3. Daniel Whittaker for Wales in 4. Harris McKinven for Scotland in 5. Jack Dunce for Canada in 6. Chris Kabithra for Sri Lanka in lane 7. Daniel Beggs in lane 8 for Northern Ireland. Kabithra and Dunce down in lane 6 and 7. Fastest in the pool for this third heat. 25-year-old Sri Lankan swimmer, first to the wall. 55.6 the time on my screen. Jack Dunce at 57.37. The fastest 3, all under a minute. Please, can the Canadian team manager make their way to competitor liaison? Once again, the Canadian team manager down to competitor liaison. Thank you. Heat number 4, Ezekiel Pabry is in lane 1 for Scotland. Will Watkins for Wales in lane 2. James McGrath in 3 for Australia. Paul Marr is in lane 4 for Northern Ireland. Scotland's Richard Jagger in 5. Whilst Ben Ewington in 6. Oba Wayaka in 7 for Kenya. And Gareth Abbott-Hay in lane 8 for Wales. It is Ben Ewington for Wales who has that advantage in this 4th heat of 8, nearly halfway through the field as we find our finalists for later today. Ben finishes 52.16 seconds. James McGrath in a 55.08. And Paul Marr just edges out Richard Jagger for 3rd. And 4 of our times under the minute mark as well as we welcome back our final swimmers for heat 4. With a splash, the athletes back into the pool. Alex Jackson for Wales in lane 1. Lane 2 is David Butler for Northern Ireland. Corbin Zane in lane 3 for Australia. South African Neil Holtzhausen in lane 4. Ebba Gray in lane 5 for England. Canada's Oliver Johnson in lane 6. Mitchell Tucky for Australia in lane 7. And John-Jan Brantonio for Singapore in lane 8. It is Edward Gray with a slight lead going into the final 25 metres. Oliver Johnson for Canada tries to close the gap and get every second out of his time as well. Neil Holzenhausen going well in lane 4. It is the Canadian Oliver Johnson who will be first to the wall now. 51.09 for Johnson. Ebba Gray, 51.66, just 400ths ahead of Neil Holzenhausen in 3rd place for Heat 6. We move into heat number 6. 3 more to go, including this one. David Leggett is in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. England in lanes 2 and 3 with Ben Browning and Luke Waterfall. South Africa's Aidan Borman in lane 4. Heath Corrie in 5 for Australia. Oscar Starr-Thomas for Australia in lane 6. Mark Grayson-Holly for Wales in lane 7. And Liam Schweitzer for South Africa in lane 8. But look at this from Heath Corrie. This is going to be a superb qualifying time from the Australian swimmer. What a swim this is going to be. 46.15 seconds. Not only the fastest time in the heat, but a brand new Commonwealth Championship record in the heats as well for Heath Corrie. Beating the 47.02 set in the past Commonwealths. Heats number 7. 2 more left to go as the times tumble. Yeah, Millman in lane 1 for South Africa. Nicholas Hodges for Australia in lane 2, alongside fellow Australian Daniel Miller in 3. Anthony Peters in lane 4 for South Africa. Northern Ireland's Thomas Leggett in 5. Matthew Brooker in 6 for South Africa. Willem Basson for South Africa in 7. Conor Bagley for South Africa in lane number 8. We've already had a record-breaking time in the heats. Could we get even quicker? As we try to take the times down. What's the time going to be this time? 46.79 for Anthony Peters. South African will finish first from Thomas Leggett in 2nd, and Willem Basson in 3rd. Please can we have the athletes of the female 50-metre mannequin carry to marshalling. That's our athletes for the female 50-metre mannequin carry to marshalling. Thank you. Our final heat of the open 100-metre mannequin carry. Ming and Lucas Chu in lane 1 for Singapore. England in 2, 3 and 4 with Ben Cassell, Freddie Postal to 8 and Jack Sadbury. Braden Woodford in 5 for Australia. Bryce Minder for South Africa in 6. Jackson Brennan for Australia in 7. And Matthew Winchente for South Africa in 8. Some fast returns here. Jack Sadbury in lane 4, the fastest seed time coming in. What will the time be at the end? It is a 47.04 for Jack. Braden Whitford will finish second, 48.49. And Bryce will finish in third. Those 3 times all under 50 seconds for our 8th and final heat. Please, can all team managers make their way down to competitor liaison immediately? Once again, every team manager, please, down to competitor liaison. Thank you. So that concludes our first event of the competition this morning. The 100-metre mannequin carry with fins comes to an end. We'll be looking forward to the final of that session this afternoon. It will start off our finals block, 4 o'clock this afternoon, local time, for those of you here in the venue and watching around the world. Our next event will be starting shortly. We move into the 50-metre mannequin carry, and it will be our female heats first. Once again, a call for all team managers to competitor liaison. All team managers to competitor liaison. Please can our officials take their positions ahead of the next event. Once again, as officials, please take your positions ahead of our next event. Thank you. We move on then to our next event. This is the 50-metre mannequin carry. The females going first. 3 athletes in this first heat. Victoria Kumu for Kenya in lane 3. Ray Pendleton for Northern Ireland in lane 4 and Neve Hagen for Northern Ireland in lane 5. For those of you watching this one for the first time, it is one length of our 50-metre pool here at the Wales National Pool in Swansea. The mannequin position 25 metres along, halfway along the pool. Our athletes will dive down to retrieve the mannequin and then carry it the final 25 metres to the finish line, where they will record their time and hope for a place in this afternoon's final. And it's going to be close between our central 2 lanes, 1400s between the 2 Northern Irish swimmers. Here's May Pendleton, who finishes first to 50.60. Heat 2 of 9 underway. 6 swimmers this time. Ona Mulreen in lane 2 for Scotland. Kelly Massey in 3 for Scotland. Scotland's Indigo Lang in 4. Then Vanuki Pereira for Sri Lanka in lane 5. Emily Black for Northern Ireland in 6. And Mia Malloy in lane 7 for Northern Ireland as well. It is Indigo Lang who has the lead as they break the surface with the mannequins, carrying them the 25 metres. Indigo Lang, 17-year-old swimmer from Scotland. And it is Indigo Lang who finishes first, 45.20, your fastest time for Heat 2. Our third wave of the heats. Hu Ying Bernis-Ting in lane 1. Sandali Samathapala in lane 2. Hong Kui Wee in lane 3. Rojibert in 4. Abigail Kerr in 5. Wu Kwan Morawu in 6. Summer Leah Mok in 7. And Catherine Doyle in lane 8. 4 of our swimmers from Singapore in this third heat. Sri Lanka, South Africa, Northern Ireland and Scotland also represented. And as we get towards those final few metres, it is Hu Ying Bernis-Ting right up in lane 1, who is first of the wall, 41.41 seconds. The fastest time in Heat 3. On to heat number 4 then of the 9. Ella Davies in lane 1. Eloise Dickinson-Weedy in lane 2. Beth Campbell in 3. Sydney Schemmelt in 4. Erin Langenhoven in 5. Samantha Burwell in lane 6. Martina Zakowska in lane 7. And Kate Moore in lane number 8. Schemmelt, Langenhoven and Burwell in the central 3 lanes, the fastest 3. They were pretty together. Sydney Schemmelt is now leading the way. And Alor Davies for Wales up in lane 1, also a good central part of that race. 4 to 5th at the end, but it will be the Canadian in lane 4 who finishes first, 40.18 seconds. Please can all team managers make their way to competitor liaison. Once again, all team managers to competitor liaison. Thank you. Heat number 5 for the female 50-metre mannequin carry. Beacon Copsey in lane 1, Isla Lawson in 2, Megan Walshaw in 3, Gabrielle Gibbons-Renault in 4, Eve Hickman in 5, Hannah Masterson in 6, Lena Quinn in 7, and Zoe Stein in 8. All 8 of the swimmers carrying through the final few metres of this race. It's pretty close between Walshaw and Gibbons-Renault in lanes 3 and 4. It's going to be Megan, the Canadian, 39.69 for Megan Walshaw. Under 40 seconds, our winning time for heat number 5. Heat number 6, and already they are away, speeding down the pool towards those mannequins. Mimi Fisher in lane 1, Emily Goodwin in 2, Jessica Harkis in 3, Danica Fisher in lane 4, Samantha Carpenter in 5, Milla Clark in 6, Abby Davies in 7, and Layla Stamp in lane 8. 6 Commonwealth countries in the pool for heat number 6. Already we're down to the business end, the final few metres. It's Jessica Harkis, South Africa, who will be first to the wall. Her time, 38.75 seconds for Jessica, ahead of Carpenter and Clark, your fastest 3 for heat 6. Heat number 7 underway. Emily Azar in lane 1, Mercedes LeBlanc in lane 2, Gemma Holt in 3, Kendra Detroit in 4, Savannah Voigt in lane 5, Sophia Quigley in lane 6, Grace James in lane 7, Chloe Chen in lane 8. Already the mannequins breaking the surface along with our swimmers. Kendra Detroit and Savannah Voigt in the middle 2 lanes. Neck and neck from the angle I can see up here. It looks like Savannah Detroit might just be stretching ahead. It's between the 2 South Africans in the central 2 lanes for the fastest finish. 37.38 and just 2 hundredths between Detroit and Holt in 2nd and 3rd. Away we go once more, penultimate heat for this female 50-metre mannequin carry. Stephanie Sanaforth in lane 1, Kendra Begley in 2, Jessica Oates in 3, Kira Van Heerden in 4, Abby Comline in 5, Connie Miller in 6, Paige Holt in 7, and Xanthi Nagel in lane 8. And Abby Comline for England has the advantage in this heat number 8. Into the final few metres. And Kira Van Heerden is pulling back. Kira Van Heerden will be first to the wall. 21 hundredths the difference between Van Heerden and Comline. The South African will be fastest in heat number 8. The final heat then in this event, Eleanor Flowers in lane 1, Madison Jones in 2, Rhiannon Marchant in 3, Chelsea Jones in 4, Emily Robson in 5, Amaya Lopez in 6, Benna Murchie in 7, Nicola Harkus in 8. 4 Australians, 2 from England, 1 from Wales, 1 from South Africa. What is going to be our lead time from this heat? Things looking very close in the centre. Chelsea Jones from Australia will lead the way all the way to the wall. Chelsea Jones, 34.91 seconds, the fastest time in the heat. And a joint second time for the 2 English swimmers, Emily Robson and Amaya Lopez, both 36.93 for that final heat. So that concludes the heats for the female 50-metre mannequin carry. We're moving into our open 50-metre mannequin carry next. 10 heats for those. Before we move on to the mannequin relay, our super lifesaver, and then our pool lifesaver relay, we'll round out our heats session on day 2 of competition here at the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships for 2025. Ten heats in total then for the open 50-metre mannequin carry. 4 swimmers for the first of them, 3 from Mauritius, 1 from Canada. Teraz Dosia in lane 3, Maganevan Narayanan in lane 4, Rupesh Pawanidin in lane 5, and Kirby Smith in lane 6. And Cabri is the first to the line, 35.89. The fastest of the 4. Rupesh Pawanidin in second. Heat number 2 of 10. And away we go once again. 4 swimmers from Mauritius, 4 from Kenya in this heat. As they swim down to collect the mannequins, 25 meters left to go. Hanya Kudwalo in lane 4, swimming well, as is Kushan Govindan in lane 7. Govindan will be the first to the end, 36.15 seconds. Hanya Kudwalo will come in second, 40.23 for Kenya. As our swimmers make their way to the end, Ukomu and Juma finishing for Kenya to round off Heat 2. Already down with the mannequins for Heat 3, and now carrying that final 25 meters. Our swimmers from Scotland, Northern Ireland and Canada in Heat number 3. Andrew Bridgewood for Scotland leading the way into the final stretch of the heat. Daniel Beggs from Northern Ireland next to him, but it will be the Scot, Andrew Bridgewood, in lane 4, 38.92 seconds. The fastest time for Heat 3. Heat 4 of 10. And our 8 swimmers are away. Down to the mannequins to collect. And now the carry begins. Jared Dunce from Canada leads as they break the surface of the water. Alongside Joseph Skinder, fellow Canadian in lane 5, and Kayla Wilford in lane 6. The 3 Canadians at the front of this race. They will be the fastest, but who will make the wall first? It is Joseph Skinder, 35.22 seconds, 34 hundredths ahead of Dunce in second. .25 meters down as they go for the mannequins in this 5th of our 10 heats. The pace getting quicker as we go through them. Ben Newington for Wales in lane 7, going strong, as is Vincent Lalasette up in lane 1 for Canada. It is going to be the Canadian up in lane 1 who's first to the wall. 34.05 the time. James McGrath and Ben Newington also in the top 3. Please, can all team managers make their way down to competitive liaison? That's all team managers to competitive liaison. Thank you. We are away in heat number 6. 7 swimmers in the pool this time. Mitchell Tucky from Australia, missing from lane 8. But leading the way, it is Chris Padithra from Sri Lanka. Strong swim to the mannequin, a strong carry as well. You can see the effort going in as he makes his way towards the end of the pool. 32.24 for Chris. Eddie Hock Ling Yong from Singapore in second. And Obi Ben Hyatt from Wales in third. Heat 7 of 10 underway as our swimmers try to find their way into our finals this afternoon. The whole group coming up pretty close to one another at the halfway stage with the mannequin. Billy Love from Australia looking strong in lane 5. As is Henry Russell Ross up in lane 2. It's going to be between the two of them to touch the wall first. And Billy Love takes it by 600ths of a second. The Australian leads heat number 7. 24 swimmers left in this heat to find out who will be in our final. This is heat number 8 of 10. They dive down to collect the mannequins. And they are all back up pretty much together, but it is Aidan Bournemouth who led the way from the surface breaking. 21-year-old swimmer from South Africa. Aidan is going to be first to the wall. 29.64 seconds. Not only the winning time in the heat, but a brand new Commonwealth Championship record as well for Aidan Bournemouth. Away we go again then. Could we see the record for once again? Aidan Bournemouth in that last heat, the first swimmer to go under 30 seconds in a Commonwealth Championships. And it's looking quick in this one too. Bryce Menderin in the central lane, lane 5. Swimming fast. Will get to the wall. 29.94 seconds for Bryce. Under 30 seconds again. James Blabby in the lane next to him. A 30.09 for heat 8. Last chance to qualify for the final then. This is heat 10 of 10. The scrabble for the mannequin, and back up they come again to the surface. Anthony Peterson, lane 3. Superb back up to the top, but Samuel Lorman now trying to take the lead. Samuel is ahead, will get to the wall first. The time 29.29 for the second time today, a brand new Commonwealth Championship record for Samuel Lorman. That concludes the heats or the open 50-meter mannequin carry. What a competition. 2 new records, and that's just the heats. The finals, of course, starting as part of our block, beginning at 4 o'clock this afternoon local time. Our next events will be the 4x25 mannequin relay. A reminder, our Super Lifesaver and Lifesaver relays will be following that as part of this morning's heat session. Away we go for our first heat of 3 for this female 4x25 mannequin carry team relay. 5 countries in the pool to start off with. We have the in lane 2, Singapore's development team, Canada's national team in lane 3, development team from South Africa in lane 4, and then the national teams of Wales and Scotland in 5 and 6. The 4x25 mannequin carry then, for those of you seeing this for the first time, it's a 4-person team relay, 25 meters each. The handover either at the ends or in the center of the pool, of course being a 50-meter pool. And the zones marked out 5 meters, which those handovers have to take place. Wales leading the way at the end of the second leg. We're coming back in towards the center again. Canada handing over for the final time. Wales also going strong. The 2 countries head to head into the final 25 meters. But remember, it's all about times ahead of our finals this afternoon. It will be our host nation of Wales who will record the fastest time at the end of this heat, a 1:36.85 seconds, just 24 hundredths between Canada and South Africa. South Africa, the second fastest in heat number 1, as Scotland come in at a 1:46.39. And the development team from Singapore just coming into the final few meters as well, up in lane 2. And they will chase down the time of 2 minutes, just a fraction over 2 minutes for the team from Singapore. Away we go for heat 2 of hour 3 for the female 100-meter mannequin carry team relay. 6 countries again in this one. Sri Lanka's national team in lane 2, England's development team in lane 3, Australia's development team in lane 4, England's national team in lane 5, Canada's development team in lane 6, and the Northern Ireland development team in lane 7. The Australian development team, the first to kick away from the wall at the 50 metres, onto the third of the 4 legs. And it's anybody's guess between second, third and fourth at this stage, looking very close, but we do know that Australia are leading the way. England's development and national team and the Canadian development team all swimming well as well. The final handover. Australia still with the lead. We'll keep an eye for that time. And England's national team trying to close the gap there as well. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Australia's development team will take the fastest finish by 32 in fact, hundredths of a second. Australia take the win in this heat, as the national team of Sri Lanka will finish up at the top of the pool in lane 2. And Northern Ireland's development team making their way to the end of this 100-metre. And they will record their time ahead of the finals. Our 6 teams are off for the third and final heat of the female 100-metre mannequin carry team relay. Singapore's national team in lane 2, Wales's development team in 3, the national team for Australia in 4, South Africa's national team in 5, Northern Ireland's national team in 6, and Scotland's development team in lane 7. Coming to the final handover for this heat, and South Africa are the first for that final transition. The national team lead the way. Australia not far behind, the 2 of them in the yellow lanes in the centre. The Welsh development team in 3rd at this moment in time, but as we get to the end, the times just 12 hundredths between them. South Africa edge out Australia in the heat. A time of 1:27.64, your leading time for heat 3. And Scotland's development team coming in the final few metres. We're trying to beat the 2-minute mark. A 2 minutes point 15 for the Scottish team in lane 7. After the 3 female races, we move on to the open category for the 100-metre mannequin carry team relay, the 4x25. All 6 of our teams in this first heat, all national teams. Canada in lane 2, Singapore in 3, Australia in 4, Wales in 5, Scotland in 6 and Kenya in 7. And it's Australia who lead the way at the halfway stage. Transition the hand over to the 3rd of the 4 in the team. And already our leaders heading down for that final 25 metres. Daniel Miller with the mannequin now for Australia. Tristan James for Wales. And it's all about getting the quickest time you can for the heats. The time to beat Australia, 1:14.98 seconds for Australia. Wales, a 1:17.2. Singapore will finish 3rd. And Canada in 4th. Scotland in 5th. Heat 2 of 3 for the open 4x25 mannequin carry team relay. Mix of national and development teams in this heat. Scotland's development team in lane 2, Wales development in 3, South Africa national in lane 4, alongside the development team for South Africa in lane 5, Northern Ireland's national team in lane 6, and Mauritius' development team in lane 7. And it is the two teams from South Africa leading the way. The national team in lane 4, development in 5. And it is South Africa who lead the way right to the very end of this second heat. We'll touch the wall first. The national team are 1:11.53. The development team 1.99 seconds behind. Strong showing from the two. Wales will finish third. From Northern Ireland in fourth. Just 22 hundredths between those two. Scotland development team will finish in 5th, and Mauritius down in lane 7 finish at 1:37.70. The final heat then, the final opportunity to get through into the final. 7 teams in the pool this time. Northern Ireland in lane 1, Canada in 2, England in 3. They're all development teams. England's national team in lane 4, Australia's development team in 5, Sri Lankan's national team in lane 6, and Singapore's development team in lane 7. And already we are on the return. England in lane 4 lead the way. on the third of 4 legs. Good sizable lead. Almost 5 meters ahead of the rest as they go into the final transition. England on their way to the fastest time in this heat. Will it be good enough for the final later on this afternoon? We will find out then, but for now it is a time of 1:11.49 for the England national team. Australia development will come in second ahead of Sri Lanka national in third. 4 of the teams under 120. As the final 2 teams, development teams from Northern Ireland and Singapore, will come to the line and complete their qualifying. That will conclude then our 4x25 mannequin relays. Congratulations to all of the swimmers who have made their way into the final. A reminder once again for those of you here in the venue and those of you watching the live stream around the world that the finals will be at 4 o'clock this afternoon local time. We will now take an opportunity to reset the pool. Our next event as part of our heat session will be the 200-meter Super Lifesaver. Before we move on to our final relays. We are back underway in this heats block. We move on to our final event of the session. It's the 200-meter super lifesaver. We're 8 female heats, 7 open heats to conclude this morning. And 4 swimmers in the pool to start things off for Niamh Hagan in lane 3 for Northern Ireland, Emily Black for Northern Ireland in lane 4, May Pendleton in lane 5 for Northern Ireland, and then Canada's Samantha Burwell is in lane 6. The super lifesaver, a multi-discipline relay, a mixture of swimming and life-saving. The mannequins, as you can see, back in play for this event. As Pendleton leads the way at the halfway stage. My correction, Samantha Burwell, my apologies, leads the way at the halfway stage. 119.75. And already Samantha is on the way back. The 18-year-old swimmer from Canada leads the way in this heat. The final 50 meters, the mannequin, the rescue tube. And that will be Samantha Burwell's time, the Canadian 2:45.10. Her contribution to the heats. There's our 3 swimmers from Northern Ireland finding their qualifying time as well. Emily Black is leading the way, 17 years old. May Pendleton next to her, also 17. Niamh Hagan, 16 years old. And they will come down to receive their times. Emily Black just keeps the lead in that group of 3 to the end. 3:33, 3:34 and 3:35 the times for Black, Pendleton and Hagan. 7 swimmers starting in our second heat. Sejin Lim for Singapore in lane 1. Iona Mulrain for Scotland in lane 2. Northern Ireland's Beth Campbell in 3. Huiji Jesslyn Neo for Singapore in lane 4. Sandali Samatrapalli in lane 5 for Sri Lanka. Northern Ireland's Catherine Doyle in lane 6. Scotland's Abby O'Malley in 7. And that rounds out our field of 7 for this heat. So for those of you that haven't seen this one before, we start off the 200-meter lifesaver with a 75-meter freestyle swim. Our athletes will dive down to collect the mannequin at the halfway of this length. As you can see, our leaders doing now. Beth Campbell, the first one down. First one to break the surface as she returns back to the top as well. They'll carry the mannequin to the 25 meters before adorning fins and rescue tube for the third length of the pool, and then they will tow the mannequins back for the final 50 meters till the very end. They're 100 meters down and very close at the front. In fact, Beth Campbell and Catherine Doyle touching the wall at exactly the same time. A 135.59 for both of them. As our athletes will put the fins on, will take the rescue tube and will swim back for length number 3. Huiji Jesslyn Neo for Singapore leads the way now. Good transition at the end of that length. And we keep our eye as we get to the final 50 meters. It's now about clipping that mannequin into the rescue tube and towing the mannequin back to the other end. A Singaporean athlete in lane 4, a bit of time to do that one. Had a fantastic lead earlier on. Beth Campbell leading the way on this final length. Huiji Jesslyn Neo for Singapore in second. Catherine Doyle in third for Northern Ireland. It will be Beth Campbell who gets to the wall first. Huiji Jesslyn Neo 3:20.27. And Huiji Jesslyn Neo will have the fastest qualifying time after disqualifications. With Doyle and Samatrapalli, your fastest 3 qualifiers for Heat 2. Heat number 3 underway. Hui Zhan Keelan Neo for Singapore in lane 1. Iona Halford in 2 for Scotland. Lord Davies for Wales in lane 3. Kate Moore for Northern Ireland in lane 4. Kira Rogers for Northern Ireland in lane 5. Anna Daldior for Mauritius in 6. Hong Hui Wei in lane 7 for Singapore. And Kalashi Ranabanahu for Sri Lanka in lane 8. It is Lord Davies who leads the way for Wales, though. The athlete who took the oath for all of our athletes this weekend at the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships, part of the opening ceremony. And now Davies is leading the way in the pool, 122.75 the time at 100 metres, but now it's all about putting the fins on and taking the rescue tube with you to go and collect the mannequin at the other end of the pool. Davies still leads the way. And all of our swimmers on their way to collect the mannequins. 50 metres left to go once they've done so. A case of getting the mannequins into the rescue tube. And getting away, making sure the mannequin in position properly before that 10-metre mark, the cone on the side of the pool. But Lord Davies steaming away with this one. A 10-metre lead almost over the rest of the field. This will be a great time for qualifying. Oh, Davies might even make it under the 3-minute mark. She will indeed. 2:56.18 for Davies. Moore and Rogers for Northern Ireland finishing 2nd and 3rd. As our swimmers make their way to the end and records those times ahead of our finals later on, as our final 2 swimmers make their way in, both under the 3.5-minute mark. We're off for heat number 4. 6 athletes in the lanes for this one. So we're staying for South Africa in lane 1, Caitlin Fowler for Canada in 2, Helena Quinn in lane 3 for England, Abby Davies in lane 6 for Wales, Danica Fisher in lane 7 for Canada, and Xanthi Nagel in lane 8 for South Africa. Abby Davies, the first to dive down to collect the mannequin. The 20-year-old swimmer from Wales, the first to surface, and already on the way down to the 100-metre mark. And Abby Davies will be the first to touch the wall at the halfway stage. 119.25 for Abby. Quinn for England in second. Fowler for Canada in third. But Caitlin Fowler and Zoe Stein, only 500ths between the two of them. And only 3/10ths between Danica Fisher and Xanthi Nagel. Plenty of small battles within this heat, but it's all about the individual times as our athletes head back up the ball towards 150 to collect the mannequin one last time for the final 50-metre tow. And a good clip in from Caitlin Fowler. Caitlin Fowler with the lead now. Things can change so quickly in the Super Lifesaver. We're seeing that with this one. Caitlin Fowler, the Canadian swimmer, up in lane 2. Now leading the way. And in for a good time here as well. He'll be way under the 3-minute mark. 2:56 her qualifying time, a 2:48 this time, 2:48.66 seconds for Fowler. Quinn will finish second, 2:52. And Abby Davies will finish just under 3 minutes, 2:59.12. into the second half of this event then. 4 heats down, 4 to go. Sydney Schemmel in lane 1 for Canada. Erin Langenhoven for South Africa in 2. Emily Parker for Wales in lane 3. Emily Goodwin for England in lane 4. Australia's Mila Clark in lane 5. Layla Stamp in lane 6 for Wales, alongside Eve Hickman for Wales in lane 7 and Regan Copsey for Australia in lane 8. "75 metres down, 125 left to go as our athletes dive down for the mannequin. Eve Hickman leads the way at the moment as they move into the 25 metres of mannequin carry. Mila Clark putting the boosters on as well, and Clark up there at the front. In fact, might even be half a stroke ahead of the others as we get to 100 metres. We'll look for the times. A 1:19.04 for Mila Clark at the halfway stage. 14 hundredths between the two Welsh athletes in 6 and 7. Hickman leading Stamp. And it's fins on. And away we go for the third length. As Mila Clark extends that lead more so. It was 3 seconds at the end of the last 50 metres. Remember, in the heats, it's not about your finishing positions. It's all about the times compared to the athletes in the other heats as well. To find our 8 that will go through to the final later. The other 8 for the B final. Mila Clark is the first away for the final 50 metres as well. Commanding lead in the second half of this heat for Clark. The 16-year-old swimmer hailing from Australia. And as we come into the final few metres, it will be Mila Clark who will touch the wall first. Her time, 2:44.11 for Clark. Layla Stamp closed the gap to within 3 seconds, 2:46.89 for her, and Emily Parker will make it a Wales 2-3 in Heat 5. As Eve Hickman will come in just over the 3-minute mark, 3:07 for Eve Hickman. Heat number 6 for the female 200-metre super lifesaver. Back underway again. 7 swimmers in the pool this time. Rihanna Merchant for Wales in lane 1. Chloe Chen for Canada in 2. Savannah Voigt in lane 3 for South Africa. Gemma Holt for Australia in lane 4. Sally Marshall for lane 5 for England. Kendra Begley in lane 7 for South Africa. And Samantha Carpenter for Scotland in lane number 8. Already the dive down to collect the mannequins from the bottom of the pool at the 75-metre stage. It's Voigt and Holt that lead the way at the moment in this heat. Now they are pretty neck and neck. Gemma Holt has the slight advantage. Less than a second between her and Savannah Voigt at 100 metres, but it's all about putting the fins on now, and Gemma Holt speeds away, trying to increase that gap and trying to increase that time. Gemma Holt, 18 years old, joining us here in Swansea this weekend from Australia. And with 50 metres left to go, Holt struggling to get the rescue tube on. Holt has lost the lead. Sally Marshall for England now leads the field on the way back. Brilliant technique from Marshall. Close the gap and put her back into the lead as she comes down. 25 metres left to go. And Sally Marshall towing strong into the final few metres. Gemma Holt will still finish second in this one, a good time as well, despite a little bit of trouble with the rescue tube at 2:35.35 for Sally Marshall. Gemma Holt at 2:40.16, and Chloe Chen will be your third fastest finisher for this heat. The Canadian finishes 2:44.53 seconds. As Samantha Carpenter for Scotland in lane 8 will round out the group. Their time just to tickle over 3 minutes. Heat 7 of 8, just 2 more heats for this event. 16 more athletes trying to find themselves a place in the Super Lifesaver final this afternoon. Grace James in lane 1 for Wales, Nicola Harkis for South Africa in 2, Abby Comline for England in 3, alongside teammates Emily Robson in 4 and Mamaya Lopez in 5. Kendra Totoit in 6 for South Africa, Evelyn Flowers in lane 7 for Australia, and Mimi Fisher for England in lane number 8. And already 75 metres in, we start to get an idea of who is leading the race. Abby Comline up in lane 3, the English swimmer. Will be the fastest through the first 100, but things can all change as we come down to this tricky transition. The fins and the rescue tube will go on. And it's Emily Robson and Amaya Lopez who are the first 2 out the blocks. Abby Comline as well, and England 1, 2, 3 at the front of this heat at this moment in time. But remember, it's all about times, not about positions, as we find our finalists. Amaya Lopez turning on the wick now and trying to get as much of a gap as she can before getting to the mannequin. So we'll clip that into the rescue tube. And it's between Robson and Lopez again. Lopez the first one away. Robson second, Comline third, the 3 English swimmers 10 metres at least ahead of the rest of the field, but what a swim this is from Amaya Lopez. And Emily Robson trying to use as much as she can out of the arms to cut down as much of the time as she can. It will be Lopez to finish first, 2:30.29. 1.31 seconds ahead of Emily Robson in second. Abby Comline will be third for an England 1, 2, 3 in this heat. And the Flowers for Australia finishes 4th. Nicola Harkis in 5th. As Grace James for Wales rounds out heat number 7. Our final 8 swimmers for the female 200 metres super lifesaver. The final time to earn a place in the final. Marin Joubert from South Africa in lane 1. Mercedes LeBlanc in lane 2 from Canada. Australia represented in lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. Paige Holt in 3, Chelsea Jones in 4, Jessica Oates in 5 and Madison Jones in 6. And it's Gabrielle Gibbons-Renault from Canada in lane 7 and Emily Ezard in lane 8 for Wales. And already we are down to the mannequins. It is Chelsea Jones who has the lead at the 75-metre stage. Strong showing from the Australian swimmers in this event. Australia second on the medal table after yesterday. We'll be hoping to get back to the top through today's finals, so the quicker the times here, the more chances they will have in the Super Lifesaver final later on. For now, though, Chelsea Jones is on her way. Fins on, rescue tube towing behind. 75 metres left to go. Mercedes LeBlanc going well up in lane 2, the Canadian swimmer. Mercedes now in second, but Chelsea Jones has got the lead, and 1:47.77 with 50 metres left to go. She's ahead by almost 7 seconds, but this is obviously a tricky time as part of the event. Want to be able to get the mannequin hooked in quickly, and Jones was able to do so. Mercedes LeBlanc up in lane 2 has done a good job of that as well. But Chelsea Jones will be the first to finish. It's all about the time compared to the other heats as well. She will come in just under 2:30. A 2:27.73 for Chelsea Jones. The fastest in heat number 8. Jessica Oates is closing the gap as well. It will be Mercedes LeBlanc for second, though. 2:37.44. Jessica Oates, 8:38.47 finishes third. That's all of our swimmers in the end of heat number 8. That is the final heat for the female 200-metre super lifesaver. We will move on to the open category. 7 heats, our final 7 heats of the session, will be starting shortly. Into the open category for the 200 metre Super Lifesaver. 7 heats in all for this. This is the first of them. John McKenzie in lane 1 for Northern Ireland. Mauritius Rupesh Bahawanidin in lane 2. Tasha De Silva for Sri Lanka in 3. Laurent Jean Gale L'Entente for Mauritius in lane 4. Sean Boa Shangwu for Singapore in lane 5. Mauritius Gopesh Bahawanidin in lane 6. Magivanen Narenen in lane 7 for Mauritius, and Daniel McArdle for Northern Ireland in lane 8. The run leads the way for Mauritius. Swimmer in lane 4, 29 years old. Development swimmer. Will make it to the final 50 metres. Will collect the mannequin. The rescue tube goes around and Laurent will head for home. A little bit of trouble getting the tube clipped on, but secure now. As more of the field comes down. Sean Boa Shangwu for Singapore in lane 5, quick to clip on. And has closed the gap by doing so, but it is still Laurent Jean Gale L'Entente who is leading down into the final 15 metres or so in the pool. And Laurent will be our fastest qualifier. Just over 3 minutes, 3:02.10 for the swimmer for Mauritius. The Singaporean Sean Boa Shangwu in the lane next to them. 6 seconds the gap between the two fastest. And for third, it looks like it is going to be John McKenzie for Northern Ireland up in lane number 1, at 3:17.05. As we welcome back our final couple of swimmers. Bahawanidin for Mauritius up in lane 2. And Narenen for Mauritius down in lane 7. They will finish almost neck and neck together. 3:47, 3:48 for the two swimmers as we round out heat 1. Heat 2 of 7 for this open 200-metre Super Lifesaver. Our athletes are in the pool and away. 7 of them in total. Jungmin Tan in lane 2 for Singapore. Andrew Bridgewood for Scotland in lane 3. Singapore's Janyan Brendan Neo in 4. Gillian Lamont for Scotland in lane 5. Paul Ma in 6 for Northern Ireland, alongside his club mates Daniel Beggs in 7 and Keelan Rocks in 8. And it is Daniel Beggs for Northern Ireland who leads the way at 75 metres, down to Colette the mannequin, carrying now. Gillian Lamont for Scotland also doing well, up in lane 5. The two of them will be quite close together as they take the turn for the second 100 metres of this heat. It is Daniel to touch the wall first. 7/10 of a second between the two of them. Daniel Beggs, the quicker of the two. Gillian Lamont in second. But now Gillian has overtaken. Quicker on the transition. And Gillian is away. All of our swimmers heading up now to collect the mannequin one final time. Lamont will receive the mannequin first. Will it be a quick clip? It is indeed Gillian Lamont. The Scottish swimmer away and leading the way as well. Very close between second, third and fourth. One of our Singaporean swimmers and 2 from Northern Ireland. It will be interesting to see their times when they come towards the end. And in fact, Daniel Beggs is now right up there with the leader, and he does take it. Daniel Beggs, by 0.08 of a second, superb final 25 metres, will take the fastest time from Gillian Lamont, and Paul Ma will finish third. Keelan Rocks, swim for Northern Ireland in lane 8, will make his way down and will finish off the heat for us. That rounds out heat 2. Heat number 3 of 7 for this open 200-metre super lifesaver. Richard Jagger is in lane 1 for Scotland. Noah Benev in 2 for Scotland. Wales's Will Watkins is in lane 3. Northern Ireland's David Leggett in 4. Ming and Lewis Chu for Singapore in lane 5. James McGrath in lane 6 for Australia. Ben Hyatt for Wales in lane 7. Ronan Adams in lane 8 for Northern Ireland. And quick starts across the pool, already down to 75 metres. Diving down to collect the mannequin. Richard Jagger for Scotland leads the way up in lane 1. 2:44 his qualifying time for this heat. But good so far from Richard. He will touch the wall in a 1:12.22, less than a second ahead of Will Watkins. And David Leggett also quick to the halfway stage. Richard Jagger out in the lead though. And look at this from James McGrath from Australia. Excellent fin swimming now. Closing that gap considerably is James. What can James do when it comes to the mannequin toe in that final 50 metres? Because that gap has closed right up. It'll be a race of who can get the mannequin secured quicker and away. Jagger is away. McGrath now following behind. We've seen how quick James can be with the fins on his feet. But remember, it's all about the times. It's not about position. And every second counts as they try to secure themselves a place in one of our finals this afternoon. But Richard Jagger, the 36-year-old swimmer from Scotland, is the first of the wall. 2:27.01 for Richard Jagger. James McGrath will finish second, 2:34.70. And Ming and Lucas Chu for Singapore. He will be our third fastest finisher. 2:37.64 as we round out heat number 3. Please, can the England team manager make their way to competitor liaison? That's the England team manager to competitor liaison. Thank you. While we are resetting for the next heat, a reminder that the printed t-shirt store out in the foyer is going to be open until 3:30 today. If you would like to purchase any items from the printing t-shirt store out in the foyer, please do so before 3:30. Halfway through the heats for this event then, heat 4 of 7. Six swimmers in the pool. Isaac Thibodeau for Canada in lane 1. Alex Jackson in 2 for Wales. Canada's Marc-Anthony Bernier in 3. Vincent Lalassette in lane 5 for Canada. Daniel Whittaker for Wales in 7. And Jack Dunce in 8 for Canada. And Vincent Lalassette in lane 5 is ahead of the rest, but closer margins in this heat so far as our competitors take on the 25-metre mannequin carry, and it's close now with Daniel Whittaker for Wales taking the lead as they come down to 100 metres. Whittaker ahead by less than a second. Daniel takes some time to find the fins, and that allows Bernier up in lane 3 to now take the lead. 3 leaders already in the first 125 metres of this heat. And as usual in these multi-discipline events, things will chop and change all the way till the end. Bernier, the fastest to 150 and the first to turn for home and tow the mannequin back. Marc-Antoine Bernier from Canada, 20 years old. 2:31 was his qualifying seed time. And the time for this event will be pretty close to that, as Daniel Whittaker for Wales storms home as well. Bernier will take the fastest time, 2:29.72 for the Canadian. Daniel Whittaker, a 2:35.25. And Isaac Thibodeau for Canada in 3rd. A full pool, all 8 athletes in this 5th heat. Corbin Zane in lane 1 for Australia. Wales' Lewis Morgan in lane 2. Graham Woolman for South Africa in lane 3. Daniel Miller for Australia in 4. Billy Love in 5 for Australia. South Africa in 6 and 7 with Matthew Brooker and Aidan Bournemouth. And Jackson Brennan in lane 8 for Australia. Look how close the 8 of them are together as they take the turn at 50 metres. The next step will be diving down for the mannequin at 75, but in this heat, things looking very close at this early stage. And at the minute mark, it is looking close. Corbin Zane leads the way for Australia. 65.56. Just 3 hundredths between Brooker and Love in 2nd and 3rd. Less than 3 seconds between the top 5. Daniel Miller now leads the way for Australia. Good transition from him. And we'll be first to the split at 150. 3.5 seconds, the advantage Daniel Miller has got in this heat. And Miller continues with that lead, but Matthew Brooker trying to win a battle with Billy Love in the lane next to him. The Australian and the South African in lanes 5 and 6. But Daniel Miller, 25-year-old swimmer from Australia, will be first. Who will be second? It's neck and neck. By 8 hundredths of a second, Billy Love does take it second to make it Australian 1-2. And Matthew Brooker will take 3rd for South Africa. Those are your fastest finishes for Heat 5. Our penultimate heat of the session. Heat 6, 7 swimmers out there. Ethan Parsons in lane 1 for Canada. South Africa's Neil Holtzhausen in 2. Asiya Lopez Vicente for England in 3. James Blabby for England in 4. And England's Jad Sabri in 5. Freddie Postlethwaite in lane 6. Australia's Heath Corrie in 7. And Bryce Mundaran in 8 for South Africa. The contingent of 4 English swimmers in the centre of the pool. And it's James Blabby at the moment who is leading the way. Reaches the 100 metres, grabs the fins and the rescue tube from the side of the pool and is away is James. Had a nearly 2.5 second advantage at the 100-metre split. But more importantly, will be trying to squeeze as much out of the time as he can. James approaching the mannequin. Jack Sabri not far behind. Asiya Lopez Vicente not far behind either as the rest of the field come in. Still potential for anyone to have a quick transition here and make their way back to the other end of the pool. James Blabby does lead the way. We hit the 2-minute mark on the clock for this one. And it's an England 1-2-3 in the pool as it stands. And James Blabby will be the first to the wall. 2:16.32 for James. And less than a second between Asiya Lopez Vicente for England and Jack Sabri for England. It is an England 1-2-3 in Heat 6 as we await to see if any of those times will be good enough for a final. For the final time in this session then, our athletes have taken their marks and are in the pool. Henry Russell-Ross in lane 1 for England. South Africa's Willa Basson in 2. Anthony Peters in 3. England's Samuel Lawman in 4. Braden Woodford in 5 for Australia. Blue Waterfall for England in 6. Cobra Smith for Canada in 7. And Joseph Skinder for Canada in 8. All 8 of the swimmers to the wall in less than 30 seconds. Lawman and Woodford in the middle 2 lanes. Pretty much neck and neck as they break the surface. Now as the mannequin carry, 25 metres to the end of the pool. Samuel Lawman half a stroke ahead, but this is so close between those 2 at the front. 49 hundredths of a second between Lawman and Woodford. Anthony Peters is in 3rd. Luke Waterfall in 4th. But Lawman keeps the lead at the front. Remember, it's all about the times. Samuel Lawman already in a final this afternoon, the 50-metre mannequin carry. Getting a record as well for that, a new Commonwealth Championship record. But look at the 2 of them now. It's head-to-head, neck and neck in the 2 centre lanes. Braden Woodford now starts to stretch out a slight lead. The Australian has the advantage into the final 25 metres, into the final 15 and into the final 10. Woodford pulls ahead. He will be the fastest finisher. Braden finishes 2:15.39. Just over a second and a half up on Samuel Lawman, who will finish 2nd. Anthony Peters will be 3rd in this heat. As heat 7 comes to a close. That concludes our heat session 3 of the weekend. A massive well done to all of our athletes and congratulations to the finalists. We will be here for the finals block starting at 4 o'clock local time. It's 4 p.m. local time. Join us as we find some more Commonwealth champions for 2025. A massive thank you to all of our officials, our volunteers, and for our events team. Officials, you may now leave poolside and head for a well-deserved lunch. A big thank you once again for your efforts. We'd also like to say a big thank you as well to our first aid teams. Some of the members of Team Australia came to see us this morning and were saying how fantastic our first aiders have been, as well as those supporting from Swansea Hospital as well. A big well done and thank you to all of you for your contributions this weekend and for keeping our athletes safe. Announcement for all teams to make you aware that the bus for the Bay campus will be leaving in 5 minutes' time. Once again, the bus for the Bay campus will be leaving in 5 minutes. Also, could the owner of a car with a registration DV25 Ahead of our finals competition, please pay attention to the following announcements. The use of mobile phones or tablet devices are prohibited in the changing village and on poolside. Running is not permitted throughout the building, and bare feet are not permitted other than in the changing village or the pool hall. Please only use the lifts if you need to do so. We ask swimmers to remain behind the barriers on poolside when not racing, and we ask that you use recycling and bin bags provided to dispose of your rubbish around the venue. Do not leave bags or items of clothing unattended. Instead, please use the lockers provided. Do not block stairwells or access routes. Do not climb out over the timing pads in the pool, and ensure, please, wet swimmers are not permitted beyond row 7 of the spectator area. Thank you very much. This is a final call to all of our swimmers in the first 2 events. Please make your way to marshalling immediately. Once again, please can all finalists ensure that they are at marshalling in enough time. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the World's National Pool in Swansea for the second day of the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships 2025. We are shortly going to be starting with our final session as we crown more Commonwealth champions. Off we go with our first final. This is the female development 100-meter mannequin carry. It's our B final. The first of 2 of our finals. The medals will come from the final coming up next, but right now We have our swimmers in the point. Mia Malloy in lane 1. Waiko Malloy Rawu in lane 2. Haji Justin Neo in lane 3. Indigo Lang in 4. Caitlin Fowler in 5. Kirsten Daly in 6. Abby O'Malley in 7. And Emily Black is in lane 8. "25 metres left to go, and it's looking close at the front of this B final. It is Indigo Lang in lane 4, the Scottish swimmer, who has a slight advantage. Although Kirsten Daly for Wales is coming up well in lane 6, but it will go to Indigo Lang, who will win the B final, a 106.47, ahead of Kirsten Daly in 2nd, and Caitlin Fowler in 3rd. It's time to meet your finalists for the female development 100-metre mannequin carry. Let's meet them. In lane 1, representing England, Isla Lawson. In lane 2, for South Africa, Roan Joubert. In lane 3, for Canada, Megan Woolshaw. In lane 4, for South Africa, Jessica Harkis. In lane 5, for Australia, Bella Murchie. In lane 6, for Australia, Eleanor Flowers. In lane 7 for England, Mimi Fisher. And in lane 8 for Wales, Layla Stamp. Chance for our first gold of today. England currently topping the medal table, Australia 2nd, South Africa 3rd, but how will that look at the end of our session? For now, an incredibly good start for our athletes. Bella Murchie in lane 5, the Australian swimmer leads the way. Superb start for that first 50, finds the mannequin. And with 25 metres left to go, she has a good margin. Jessica Harkis not far behind her though. The South African tries to close the gap. Megan Woolshaw from Canada wants the bronze and will try to beat Mimi Fisher for it. It's getting close as we get to the end of this final. Who will it be on the line? It looks to be Jessica Harkis, and it will be. Gold in a time of 59.37 seconds. With Mimi Fisher getting the silver for England, Megan Woolshaw the bronze for Canada. We're almost ready to move on to our next event. We will now be moving into the open development 100-meter mannequin carry. The B final is up first. Off we go for the B final of this open development 100-meter mannequin carry. Ezekiel Bradbury's in lane 1 representing Scotland. Ronan Adams in 2 for Northern Ireland. Singapore's Jiwei Vernon Lim in 3. Ethan Parsons for Canada in 4. Daniel Whitaker for Wales in 5. Ian Lamont in 6 for Scotland. Sean Bo Shang Wu for Singapore in 7. And Daniel McArdle for Northern Ireland in lane 8. Already our swimmers have turned and are on their way back. It's Ethan Parsons for Canada, the red cap showing that he is leading the way right now. Daniel Whitaker for Wales, currently in 2nd. With Jiwei Vernon Lim for Singapore up in 3rd at the moment in lane 3 as they come through. But our winner of the B final will be Ethan Parsons, 54.97 for the Canadian swimmer. Wales in 2nd, and Singapore's Jiwei Vernon Lim will take 3rd. It's time to meet our finalists for the Open Development 100-meter mannequin carry. In lane 1, representing Australia, Jackson Brennan. In lane 2, for South Africa, Neil Holtzhausen. In lane 3, representing South Africa, Gian Moorman. In lane 4, representing England, Freddie Postlethwaite. In lane 5, representing Canada, Oliver Johnson. In lane 6 for England, Edward Gray. In lane 7 for Wales, Ben Newington. And in lane 8 for Australia, Mitchell Tuckey. Away we go for this final then. Some superb times in qualifying earlier on. 4 of our athletes qualifying in a 51 seconds. It was Freddie Postlethwaite who was fastest earlier, but what will happen now as they come to the surface? Freddie does still have that advantage, but it's close between him and Edward Gray. The 2 English athletes were leading the way. Freddie Postlethwaite moving forward. He has got the lead. He's almost a length ahead of his competition now as Oliver Johnson tries for silver, as does Neil Holtzhausen, who will be our gold medalist and champion. It will be Freddie Postlethwaite in a time of 48.97 seconds. Silver will go to Neil Holtzhausen for South Africa. And Canada's Oliver Johnson will get the bronze. A slight change to the programme. Our next event, 4:05, that's the female national 100-metre mannequin carry B final. We are going to be postponing. We will be moving on to our final shortly and come back to the B final a little bit later on down the programme. So just to confirm, our next event will be the female national 100-metre mannequin carry final, starting soon. It's time to meet your finalists for the female national 100-meter mannequin carry final. In lane 1, representing Singapore, Hui Ying Bernice Ting. In lane 2, representing Australia, Madison Jones. In lane 3, representing South Africa, Savannah Voigt. In lane 4, representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. In lane 5, representing England, Heather Watson. In lane 6, representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. In lane 7, representing England, Emily Robson. And in lane 8, representing Canada, Mercedes LeBlanc. A chance for medals for our top 3 in this A final, who will add to their collection and their teens tally. Again, some brilliant qualifying in the heats earlier on today. Promises to give us a good race to this final. They are already down at the 50. The mannequin has been picked up. And as they turn for home, Kira van Heerden leads the way for South Africa. She was the fastest in the heats earlier on. Kira will want to chase down a gold, another for South Africa. Heather Watson for England, looking good for silver at this moment in time, but still 20 or so meters left to go. But look at the lead for Van Heerden. It will be Kira van Heerden for gold. The winning time, 52.85 seconds. Heather Watson takes silver for England. And it is South Africa on the podium for bronze as well, with Savannah Voigt. Confirmation, we will be moving on to the female national 100-meter mannequin carry B final next. That's event 405 coming up in a couple of moments. Please can we ask all team managers to make their way down to competitor liaison. Once again, all team managers down to competitor liaison. Thank you. In the meantime, it's eyes to the pool as we look for this B final, the female national 100-metre mannequin carry. Our athletes from across the Commonwealth, as they have been across the weekend. It is Kencha Begley in our swimmers across the lanes making their way down. Anna Maria Skinder in lane 5 for Canada looks to be our fastest finisher in this B final as she comes to the end. And her final time is 62.52 for Anna Marie. Will be good enough to win the B final with Emily Ezard for Wales in second and Emily Parker for Wales in third. So we now return to the original programme. Our next event will be the Open National 100-metre mannequin carry B final, which will be starting shortly. Away we go for our B final then, the Open National 100-metre mannequin carry. Colin Conway for Canada in lane 1, Judd Dunsin 2 for Canada. Chris Padira for Sri Lanka in lane 3. Ming and Lucas Chu for Singapore in lane 4. David Leggett in 5 for Northern Ireland. Richard Jagger in 6 for Scotland. Alex Jackson in 7 for Wales. And Singapore's Jun Yan Brenton Nyo in lane 8. But it is David Leggett for Northern Ireland that is leading the way in this B final. The green cap of Leggett in lane 5 has the advantage into the final 15 metres. And Lucas Chu in the lane next to him will take second fastest in this B final, but David Leggett wins the B final, 52.27 seconds. Just over half a second clear of the Singaporean swimmer to the side, and Alex Jackson takes third for Wales. Time now to meet your finalists for the Open National 100-metre Mannequin Carry Final. In lane 1, representing Northern Ireland, Thomas Leggett. In lane 2 for South Africa, Bryce Minoran. In lane 3 for England, Jack Sadbury. In lane 4 for Australia, Heath Corrie. In lane 5 for South Africa, Anthony Peters. In lane 6 for Australia, Braden Woodford. In lane 7 for England, Luke Waterfall. And in lane 8 for Wales, Max Gyson-Holly. Away we go for this final then. Who will take the medal from this group? Heath Corrie with a new Commonwealth Championship record earlier today. Will it be broken again? As they get to the other side and service with the mannequins, we can see who leads the way. This time it's Jack Sadbury leading for England. Heath Corrie for Australia right there with him. Anthony Peters in lane 5 for South Africa too, but this is close at the front. It's Sadbury and Corrie. It's England versus Australia. Who will get to the end first? Who will take the gold? It looks to be Jack Sadbury, and it will be gold and a brand new Commonwealth Championship record for England's Jack Sadbury. 45.35. Heath Corrie will get silver for Australia, and bronze will go to Anthony Peters for South Africa. That concludes our finals for the 100-metre mannequin carry. Our next block will be the 50-metre mannequin carry, which will be starting shortly. We'll be starting with our female development B final in a few moments. We are away for this 50-metre mannequin carry. Pendleton in lane 1, Mulveen in 2, Davies in 3, Great James in 4, Michael Murawu in 5, Bang in 6, Samali Muck in 7, and Neve Hagen in lane 8. Already we have a split away group of 3 at the front of this B final, being led by Abby Davies of Wales. Grace James, Wales, right next to her, and Waiki Moirawu for Singapore next to them as well. It will be Abby Davies first to the wall, 39.76 from Grace James is 40.33. And Wu Kwan Moirawu from Singapore takes the 3rd fastest finish in our B final. It's time now to meet your finalists ahead of our next event. This is the final for the female development 50-metre mannequin carry. In lane 1, representing South Africa, Xanthi Nagel. In lane 2 for Canada, Sydney Schemelt. In lane 3 for Canada, Megan Walshaw. In lane 4, representing South Africa, Jessica Harkes. In lane 5, representing Australia, Bella Murchie. In lane 6, representing Australia, Mila Clark. In lane 7, representing England, Emily Goodwin. And in lane 8, representing England, Mimi Fisher. Away we go for our final. Incredibly close in the times in qualifying, less than 2 seconds behind the whole field. And it's close in the ball as they dive down to get the mannequins at 25. It is Bella Murchie for Australia who leads the way into the final 20 metres. Jessica Harkes from South Africa tries to stay with her, tries to close the gap, but is unable to do so. Although it's closing through the final 10 metres, who will take the win? It's neck and neck between Harkes and Murchie. It might be Jessica Harkes who takes the win at the end, and the South African does it. Jessica Harkes wins at a time of 37.86 seconds from Bella Murchie in silver and Mila Clark in bronze. Away we go for our B final. Daniel Beggs in lane 1. Kushin Govardhan in 2. Ronan Adams in 3. Brian Young Jitan in 4. Ben Hyatt in 5. Killian Lamont in 6. Junwei Vernon Lim in 7. And Ezekiel Padbury in lane 8. And it is Ben Hyatt for Wales who leads this B final as we get to the business end of the race into the final few meters. And Ben Hyatt still has that lead. Govardhan in lane 2 goes close, but it will be Ben Hyatt to take the win in the B final for Wales, 34.85 seconds. Time to meet your finalists, the Open Development 50-metre mannequin carry final. In lane 1, representing England, Henry Russell Ross. In lane 2 for South Africa, Matthew Bacente. In lane 3 for England, Ben Browning. In lane 4 for Australia, Corbin Zane. In lane 5 for South Africa, Connor Bagley. In lane 6 for Canada, Ethan Parsons. In lane 7 for Australia, Billy Love. And in lane 8 for Wales, Will Watkins. Here we go again with a chance for the medals. Corbin Zane was our fastest qualifier, but Connor Bagley is bringing the A game. As we get to the end of this race, who is it going to be who leads at the end? It will be Corbin Zane for Australia, 29.92 seconds. Connor Bagley getting second in our B final, and Ben Browning getting third. So confirmation of those medalists: Corbin Zane with the gold, Conor Bagley with the silver in that a final. Moving on next to our female national 50-metre mannequin carry finals. The B final is coming up first. We're off for our B final. Already our athletes diving to the 25-metre mark. The mannequin there, the carry now for the final 25 metres. Mercedes LeBlanc for Canada has the edge going into the second half of this race, but Sophia quickly for Northern Ireland just in lane 6. Also putting her all into this one. It's close between the two of them. It's going to come down to the touch between LeBlanc and Quigley at the end here, and it will be by 600ths of a second. So here Quigley for Northern Ireland takes the win in our B final. For Mercedes LeBlanc in second, and Samantha Carpenter for Scotland in third. It's time now to introduce our finalists to the female national 50-metre mannequin carry. In lane 1, representing Wales, Connie Miller. In lane 2, for South Africa, Savannah Voigt. Representing England in lane 3, Abby Comline. In lane 4, representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. In lane 5, representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. In lane 6, representing England, Amaya Lopez. In lane 7, representing Wales, Rhiannon Marchant. And in lane 8, representing Australia, Gemma Holt. More chance for a place on the podium for our athletes. 33.67, the record time for this. Some coming close earlier on. And now we've got the mannequins in hand. It's eyes to that finish line. It looks to be good for Chelsea Jones from Australia. She's leading the way again, almost by a whole length now. Chelsea Jones takes gold. The winning time, 34.44 seconds. Kira van Heerden for South Africa in silver, and Savannah Voigt, a bronze for South Africa. That's the female national 50 mannequin carry is complete. So we move on to the open category next. Your B final will be here in moments. We are away in this B final for the Open National 50-metre mannequin carry. Down they go, and look at the strength of these three in the middle. Chris Paditra for Sri Lanka was the first up with the mannequin and had the edge, but Matsgason Holly for Wales alongside him is pushing, is overtaken, and he will take the win. Matsgason Holly in a 31.44 seconds takes Chris Paditra for Sri Lanka by 1.2 seconds, and David Leggett for Northern Ireland in third. It's time to meet your finalists for the Open National 50-metre mannequin carry final. In lane 1, representing Australia, Nicholas Hodges. In lane 2, representing Northern Ireland, Thomas Leggett. In lane 3, representing South Africa, Anthony Peters. In lane 4, representing England, Samuel Lawman. In lane 5, representing South Africa, Aidan Bourneman. In lane 6, representing England, James Blaby. In lane 7, representing Australia, Braden Woodford. And in lane 8, representing Wales, Tristan James. So 3 of the swimmers in the pool right now have times that could have broken the 2023 record. Samuel Lorman in lane 4 was the fastest and has that championship record, but what are we going to get here? Look how close this is at the front. It's too close to call. Between the 4 in the middle lanes of this pool, it's going to come right down to the end. Samuel Lorman and Aidan Borman are neck and neck. It goes to Samuel Lorman at 29.38 seconds for gold. Now those results provisional. And those results now confirmed promotes Aidan Borman to gold, 29.57 seconds for the South African, silver for James Levy, and Anthony Peters will take bronze. That concludes our Open National 50-metre mannequin carry. In fact, all of our 50-metre mannequin carries. We will be moving on to the 100-metre mannequin carry team races. It's the 4x25s in just a few moments. We move on to our female development 100-metre mannequin carry team final. Let's meet your finalists. In lane 1, Team Singapore. In lane 2, Team Wales. In lane 3, Team England. In lane 4, Team Australia. In lane 5, Team Canada. In lane 6, Team South Africa. In lane 7, Team Scotland. And in lane 8, Team Northern Ireland. So it is straight for the final for our development teams. For the female 4x25 mannequin carry. Who will take gold in this one? It's Australia leading the way after the first 25. They will get ready for the handover in that cone zone in the middle of the pool. And Australia still have that lead. England in second at the moment, very close for third. In fact, second, third and fourth almost neck and neck. It's Canada that's moving up into second now. We'll look at the transition at 50 metres. Australia change over first. Still neck and neck between Canada and England. Wales also in the fray. Could take themselves a bronze medal here, maybe more. South Africa doing well in lane 6, but it's still Australia leading. A minute on the clock as they come down towards the final transition. Australia away and Canada now neck and neck with them. Australia still just half a stroke ahead, but Canada in with a chance of silver. Australia will push on to try and take gold. But will they manage to do so into the final few meters? And Australia in lane 4 will take We will, of course, await official confirmation of those final results. Away we go with another final medals in the balance for this Open Development 100-metre mannequin team final. It's the 4x25. Singapore in lane 1, Scotland in lane 2, England in lane 3, South Africa in 4, Australia in lane 5, Wales in lane 6, Northern Ireland in lane 7, and Mauritius in lane 8. And it's England who lead the way as we reach the halfway stage. South Africa bringing the gap back, though. The two of them are going to be level as they touch the end of the pool. And it's going to be neck and neck, but now South Africa are taking the lead. South Africa lead from England as they reach 75 metres. One more transition to go. South Africa still with that advantage. Australia look good for bronze. Wales currently in 4th. But South Africa streaking ahead, and they will take gold for Team South Africa. England will take silver, Australia the bronze. We move on to the female national 100-meter mannequin carry team final. Let's meet the finalists. In lane 1, Team Scotland. In lane 2, Team Canada. In lane 3, Team England. In lane 4, South Africa. In lane 5, Team Australia. In lane 6, Team Wales. In lane 7, Team Singapore. We are away once again, already into the second of the 4 legs for our teams. Australia lead the way in lane 5. South Africa close by. And it's England, Canada, and Wales who are looking for the bronze at the moment. Neck and neck at the turn for South Africa and Australia. Australia get the better turn and are away. Australia will want to try and maintain that lead that they have got. As we come into the final handover, 25 meters left to go. Australia and South Africa still so close in those middle 2 lanes. England, a good chance for bronze and another medal to the tally, but Australia now getting their momentum and taking the lead. Will Australia take the gold? I think they will as they touch the wall for gold. The final time for Australia, 1:23.67. South Africa with silver, and England will take bronze. So we clear the pool on the end of that final. We'll be moving on next to the Open National 100-meter mannequin team final. Our B final will come first. One team in the ball then for our B final. For the Open National 4x25 mannequin team relay. This is Team Scotland. Andrew Bridgewood, Stephen Tweedle, Harris McKinven and Jack Younger, the team that make up Team Scotland. Coming down towards the final handover. Harris McKinven. A good weekend for Harris. He will hand over to Jack Younger. 25 metres left to go in the ball for Team Scotland. And that will be the end of the B final. The final time for Scotland at 1:53.43 seconds. They will get that time on the board. We move on to the Open National 100-metre mannequin team final. Let's meet your finalists. In lane 1, Team Singapore. In lane 2, Team Sri Lanka. In lane 3, Team Australia. In lane 4, Team England. In lane 5, Team South Africa. In lane 6, Team Wales. In lane 7, Team Northern Ireland. And in lane 8, Team Canada. Away we go in the race for medals once again. The Open National 100-metre mannequin team relay. England and South Africa in the central two lanes lead the way through the first 25 metres. England in lane 4, South Africa in 5, Wales in 6, also doing brilliantly through this first length of the two as they get ready to hand over once again. The athletes splashing the water. And a good start on the third leg for South Africa. And South Africa now with the lead over England. The two of them fighting in those central lanes. A burst of speed for South Africa, and it only gets quicker as they come through into the final 25 metres. South Africa stretching out in front. England look good for silver. Who will take bronze? It's looking close at the back, but South Africa get the gold. England will take silver, and the bronze will go to Australia. The final winning time, 1 minute 8.09 seconds for the team from South Africa. So that concludes our 4x25 mannequin team relays. Congratulations once again to all of our medalists. A reminder to all medalists that the presentations will be at the end of the session. Please do make sure that you head down to the presentation area for the ceremonies following the last race. We'll be shortly moving on to our final event of the session. We'll be moving on to the 200-meter Super Lifesavers, starting with our female development B final up next. We've moved on to our 200-metre Super Lifesaver event. This is the Female Development B final. As we can see, 5 of our athletes in the pool. Jin Lim from Singapore in lane 1. Rafe Pendleton from Northern Ireland in lane 2. Weiji Jesslyn Neo from Singapore in lane 3. Santhi Nagel in 5. And Emily Black in lane 6 for Northern Ireland. And it is Santhi Nagel for South Africa who leads the way. A good lead already in this B final as Santhi dives down for the mannequin. It's the mannequin carry for this next 25 metres. Which Santhi will do, already approaching towards the end of the pool. It will then be on with the fins and the rescue tube down to the other end in this multi-discipline event. And Nagel touched the wall, 128.24 split time at 100 metres. The fins are on, the rescue tube being towed. As Weiji Jesslyn Neo for Singapore turns in second. Emily Black for Northern Ireland doing well as well. But it is Santhi Nagel for South Africa out in front, and a good margin as well. Clear pool between her and the rest of the field in this B final as she comes to collect the mannequin. 50 metres left to go. Clipped on and away. Santhi goes. And what a lead. She's got nearly 20 seconds over second place. Santhi Nagel will win this B final. Last 20 metres into the last 15, into the last 10. As she approaches home, it will be eyes to the board to see what time she gets. It'll be under 3 minutes as well. At 2:54.38 seconds. Beats her time by almost 6 seconds from earlier on today. And what a lead she had over the rest of the field as well. The Singaporean athlete, Weiji Jesslyn Neo, will finish second. In lane 3, touches the wall, 3:18.02 seconds. And we will await to see who will finish third. Jin Lim from Singapore was third at the last turn. And looks to continue that form right to the end. Third to the wall. May Pendleton will be fourth, and Emily Black will finish in fifth in this B final. Time to welcome our next finalist. We move into the female development 200-meter super lifesaver final. In lane 1, representing England, Emily Goodwin. In lane 2, representing Canada, Sydney Schumelt. In lane 3, representing Australia, Mila Clark. In lane 4, representing Australia, Eleanor Flowers. In lane 5, representing England, Mimi Fisher. In lane 6, representing Wales, Layla Stamp. In lane 7, representing Canada, Caitlin Fowler. And in lane 8, representing Wales, Grace James. It's another medal opportunity for these 8 athletes. The female development 200-meter super lifesaver final. All 8 of these qualifying within 7 seconds of each other earlier today proves that this is going to be close for now on the first turn. Eleanor Flowers has that advantage. 50 meters into that freestyle swim. They will shortly dive for the mannequins. But Flowers and Clark both looking good for Australia. And Miller Clark just edges ahead of her teammate. Australia 1-2 at this early stage, but a lot can change in the super lifesaver. But the gold caps of the Australian pair are opening the gap to the rest of the field. Eleanor Flowers will be the first to touch the wall at 100 meters. It's fins on, tube on. But who's going to get away first? A little bit of time, and England's Mimi Fisher takes the opportunity. A key transition in this race, and look what that's done. It's opened up the gap. But what will happen at the other end when they need to clip in the mannequins? Mimi Fisher tries to open the gap as much as she can to give herself time. The Australian pair, still Eleanor Flowers leading the two of them. But let's see what happens with the mannequins now. Mimi Fisher will collect first, but is she away? She is. Away she goes. Eleanor Flowers chasing down for Australia. Miller Clark in third. But the battle is in the middle of the pool. Mimi Fisher still ahead, but the gap is closing. Eleanor Flowers aims for the overtake, wants to take the gold in this final. It's neck and neck. And Eleanor Flowers goes ahead with less than 10 to go and takes the gold. Less than a second between Flowers and Fisher at the end. Eleanor Flowers takes gold for Australia. Mimi Fisher takes silver for England. And Miller Clark completes an Australian 1-3 with a bronze. A quick notice for all team managers, please make sure that you go to Competitive Liaison before the end of today's session to input your names for tomorrow's Wet Circ event. Once again, all team managers must submit the names at Competitive Liaison for tomorrow's Wet Circ before the end of the session. Team managers, do not miss out on that opportunity. So with those medals awarded, we will be moving on next to the Open Development 200-metre Super Lifesaver. Our B final comes up next. We are away then in this Open Development 200-metre Super Lifesaver B final. 8 of our athletes out in the pool. Laurent Jean-Gael Leton in lane 1 for Mauritius. Jinming Tan for Singapore in 2. Daniel Beggs in lane 3 for Northern Ireland. This Ben Hyatt in lane 4. Noah Boev for Scotland in lane 5. Scotland's Killian Lamont in lane 6. Ronan Adams in lane 7 for Northern Ireland. And Singapore's Shone Shang Wu in lane 8. Ben Hyatt leads the way for Wales then. Has the advantage out the front. As we come down to 100 metres. The end of this little 25 stint of mannequin carry. Ben on with the fins and the rescue tube. A little bit of time. A little struggle with the fins for Ben. And it's given Noah Boev the chance to overtake. Noah goes into the lead, the Scottish swimmer. 16 years old, Noah Boev. Ben Hyatt, 19 years old next to him. Daniel Beggs, 18, the front three at this stage. As we come down to 150. And they take the turn for home. Noah Boev clips the mannequin in and starts the tow. Ben Hyatt not far behind as well. And Daniel Beggs, they remain the fastest three in this B final. But look at the middle two lanes. Ben Hyatt trying to close that gap, and he's going for the overtake. Ben Hyatt for Wales wants to win this B final. Add one to the tally of the country, our host nation for the Commonwealth 25. And what a way he's done that. Ben Hyatt will take the win in the B final, 2:35.47. Overtakes Noah Bonev and over a 1.5 second lead in the end. Daniel Beggs will take third for Northern Ireland, as the rest of our athletes in this B final make their way towards the end of the pool. A superb race between the two in those central lanes as we round out the B final. And Sean Bo Shang Wu for Singapore comes in, will be just over the 3-minute mark and touches the wall to complete the set. It's time to introduce our finalists for the Open Development 200 meter Super Lifesaver final. In lane 1, representing Canada, Ethan Parsons. In lane 2, representing England, Henry Russell Ross. Lane 3, representing Australia, Jackson Brennan. In lane 4, representing Australia, Billy Love. In lane 5, representing England, Asia Lopez Achente. In lane 6, representing Canada, Kairai Smith. In lane 7, representing South Africa, Neil Holzhausen. And in lane 8, representing Wales, Daniel Whitaker. Just 3 more medal races this afternoon as part of this final session. What a session it's been. Records have been broken, medals awarded, and more to go. Three of our athletes in this event qualified within 0.3 of one another. So this is going to be close. Asia Lopez Achente leads the way for England in lane 5 as they take the dive at 75 meters. Asia back up to the surface. Kairai Smith not far behind. Neil Holzhausen trying to keep in there. Henry Russell Ross doing the same. The fins are on, the rescue tubes as well. The lead still with Asia Lopez Achente, the English swimmer, ahead of the rest. 17 years old, first to the final 50 meters. The mannequin clipped in. And Asia Lopez Achente with the boosters on now will aim to get another gold for England. Henry Russell-Ross looking good for silver, but it's close for bronze. 3 with potential, but at the front of the race, Asia Lopez Achente will take the gold for England. Silver goes to Henry Russell-Ross for England, and Australia's Billy Love will take the bronze. Please, can we remind team managers they must make their way down to competitor liaison to submit the names for the circ teams for tomorrow. Once again, all team managers, please make sure you head down to competitor liaison now to submit those names for tomorrow's circ teams. Thank you. Now that our development finals are done, it will be the national finals that move on next. We will start with our female B final in a few moments. Iona Alford is in lane 1 for Scotland. Kira Rogers for Northern Ireland in lane 2. Samantha Carpenter in 3 for Scotland. Rihanna Marchant for Wales in lane 4. Emily Parker for Wales in lane 5. Kate Moore for Northern Ireland in 6. Hong Hui Wei in lane 7 for Singapore. And Kalashi Randabahu in lane 8 for Sri Lanka. Rihanna Marchant is the first to the 50 metre though. The first to turn. Emily Parker second. Wales 1-2. But Rhiannon already with a good margin and a good lead over the rest of the field. She dives down to recover the mannequin from the bottom of the pool and is away. Emily Parker, her teammate next to her. Kate Moore for Northern Ireland, the green swimming cap, not far behind. As we approach the halfway stage, Rhiannon Marchant still leads the way, 1:17.84 the split time as she reaches for the fins and the tube. Manages to get them on and away pretty quickly. Emily Parker not far behind, around 6.5 seconds between those two when they reach the edge. Kate Moore stays in contention for third. But Marchant still commanding the lead in this B final. A superb performance from her. Rhiannon qualified in a 2:45 earlier today. We'll keep an eye on how that time compares. As the mannequin is clipped in, she is away. Emily Parker not far behind. Kate Moore trying with the rescue tube now. A chance here for Samantha Carpenter from Scotland to pull back. A good transition for her, but at the front of the race, Rhiannon Marchant, the Welsh swimmer, 21 years old. She will be the leader into the final few meters. And Rhiannon will win this B final. As she comes to the wall, Marchant will take the win. 2:45.74 seconds. Emily Parker from Wales will take second. And third will go to Samantha Carpenter. Brilliant transition ahead of the final 50 meters. Secured the place as Kate Moore finishes fourth. Time now to meet our finalists for the female national 200-meter super lifesaver final. In lane 1, representing Canada, Gabrielle Gibbons-Renaud. In lane 2, representing Australia, Jessica Oates. In lane 3, representing England, Emily Robson. In lane 4, representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. In lane 5, representing England, Amaya Lopez. In lane 6, representing Canada, Mercedes LeBlanc. In lane 7, representing South Africa, Nicola Harkes. And in lane 8, representing South Africa, Kendra du Toit. Your finalists. Our last female medal of today's competition to be awarded in this race. It was Chelsea Jones who qualified in the fastest time. The 20-year-old Australian leads 50 meters as well. She's flanked by the two English swimmers, Emily Robson and Amaya Lopez. And it is those three that lead at the 75-meter mark, but the gap closes at the front. Jones and Lopez have the advantage towards 100 meters, although Chelsea Jones has kicked on and made sure that she's maintained that lead. When we get to that tricky transition, the fins and rescue tube will go on. Chelsea Jones leads the way at halfway. And Chelsea Jones gets the fins on quickly, as does Amaya Lopez in the lane next to her, and Emily Robson. The three of them are away together. And promises to give us an explosive finish in the last length. Looking close for 4th, 5th and 6th as well. The midfield battle. But as we look to the front, Chelsea Jones touches the wall first. Will try to clip on that rescue tube as quick as she can. She does do so quickly. Chelsea Jones is away, as is Amaya Lopez in the lane next to her. Emily Robson away too. These are the three in contention for the medal. But Chelsea Jones has got the power and the speed, maintaining that lead into the final 25 meters. It's neck and neck between Robson and Lopez for silver. But the gold will be going to the Australian Chelsea Jones for gold. The final time at 2:28.33. Emily Robson for England takes silver, and Amaya Lopez gets bronze for England. Congratulations again to our medalists. A reminder, our medal presentations will be taking place straight after our Open National 200 meter Super Lifesaver final. So in 2 races time, we'll be moving on to our medal presentations. So medalists, please do make sure you are down in the medal presentation area for that. Please, can the team managers for Singapore and Mauritius make their way down to competitor liaison to submit their names for tomorrow's Cirque team event? That is team manager for Singapore and team manager for Mauritius to competitor liaison immediately to submit the names for tomorrow's Cirque event. Thank you. 7 swimmers in our B final for the Open National 200 metre Super Lifesaver event. Andrew Bridgewater is in lane 1 for Scotland. Northern Ireland's Paul Ma in lane 2. Ming and Lewis Chu in lane 3 for Singapore. The Canadian Marc-Antoine Bernier in lane 4. Isaac Thibodeau in lane 5 for Canada. Wales's Alex Jackson in lane 6. And Junyan Brendan-Neo for Singapore in lane 7. That is the lineup, and you can see how close it is between the 2 Canadian swimmers in the middle 2 lanes. They are head-to-head, right with each other, stroke for stroke, as we approach 75 metres. The freestyle ends and the mannequin carry begins, 25 metres of that. And Marc-Antoine will have the advantage. But the 2 of them, the 2 teammates, incredibly close as they reach to the end. And in fact, Isaac Thibodeau actually has the advantage as they get to the end. The fins and the rescue tube go on. Bernier has the lead again, the 2 of them chopping and changing. 3rd place in this one looks to be going to Singapore's Ming and Lucas Chu in lane 3 at the moment. Although Alex Jackson for Wales, depending on how the clipping on of these mannequins goes, could be into 3rd place. Marc-Antoine Bernier has the advantage as we come back down the final length of the pool. And he looks to be the winner of this B final. What a gap Marc-Antoine has got now. Bernier will take the win. 2nd and 3rd look very close now. Isaac Thibodeau for Canada in 2nd. Ming and Lucas Chu could take it, but the winner will be Bernier. Will finish at 2:28.47 for Marc-Antoine Bernier. 2nd will go to Ming and Lucas Chu for Singapore. And Canada's Isaac Thibodeau will take 3rd in this B final. Just 15 hundredths between Isaac and Alex Jackson for Wales at the line. And Andrew Bridgewood for Scotland will come in and round out our B final ahead of our final race of the day. Please, can we have all medalists for our 100-metre mannequin carry to the presentation area for the medal presentations, which will be starting immediately after this race. Once again, all of our medalists for the 100-metre mannequin carry to the ceremony area immediately. As we come towards the end of the day, a reminder of our bus provision back to the Bay campus. The first bus will leave at 6:20. So any of you that are able to leave and head back to the Bay campus, now is your time to do so. That first bus will leave in 10 minutes' time. For the final time today, it's time to welcome your finalists for the Open National 200 metre Super Lifesaver final. In lane 1, representing Wales, Lewis Morgan. In lane 2, for South Africa, Anthony Peters. In lane 3, representing England, Samuel Lawman. In lane 4, representing Australia, Braden Woodford. In lane 5, representing England, James Blevey. In lane 6, representing Australia, Daniel Miller. In lane 7, representing South Africa, Matthew Brooker. And in lane 8, representing Scotland, Richard Jagger. A 100 metres in, 100 metres left to go, and it's close at the front of this race. James Blevey from England has the advantage. Samuel Lawson, Braden Woodford. But now it is the two English swimmers who lead the way. James Blevey in lane 5. And Samuel Lawman, who has had a fantastic championship so far, with records and medals. Who will take gold in this one, though? The two English swimmers clip on and head for home. James Blevey has the advantage and will be away first. The race for the bronze definitely on as well. Anthony Peters for South Africa has the chance of a medal here too, up in lane 2. But it's eyes to the front of this race. James Blevey from England will lead the way home and will touch the end, and will do so in a 2:09.39 seconds. It's gold for James Blevey and a brand new Commonwealth Championships record for the English athletes. Congratulations to all of our medalists and all of our swimmers across the day. Fantastic performances in the pool once again. We'll be starting our medal presentations shortly, so please can we ask all medalists from across the finals to make their way down to the presentation area to collect their medals. A reminder once again that we do have a bus leaving for the Bay campus at 6:20 for those who would like to catch that one. There will only be 2 more buses following. So if you are able to leave earlier and catch that early bus to secure yourself a seat, you have got 5 minutes to do so. And a quick reminder, tomorrow's programme slightly different from today's and yesterday's. We start earlier tomorrow. The dry and wet circ event starts at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Our heats will then be from 11:45, and we'll be back for our final session tomorrow from 4 o'clock. Please, can we show our appreciation for the officials, volunteers, events team, first aiders, and everyone who has helped make this weekend possible. Please show your appreciation. Once again, please can we ask all medalists to make their way down to the medal presentation area so that we can start our presentations. Please, can we have the medalists for the female development 100-metre mannequin carry? It's Jessica Harkus, Mimi Fisher and Megan Walshaw to the presentation area immediately for our presentations to start. Thank you. Please, can Jessica Harkus and Megan Walshaw make their way down to the medal presentation area immediately for their medal presentation. Thank you. It's time now for our medal presentation ceremonies. We start with the medal presentation ceremony for the female development 100-meter mannequin carry. The medals will be presented by Richard Oddy, the CEO of the West Group, sponsor of the championships, Joanne Young, RLSS UK trustee, and Asanka Nanayakara, the CEO of Sri Lanka Lifesaving. Bronze medalist representing Canada, Megan Walshaw. Silver medalist representing England, Mimi Fisher. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing South Africa, Jessica Harkes. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the presentation for the Open Development 100-meter mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing Canada, Oliver Johnson. Silver medalist representing South Africa, Neil Holtzhausen. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Freddie Postlethwaite. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of England. Now is the ceremony for the female national 100-meter mannequin carry. Starting with the bronze medalist representing South Africa, Savannah Voigt. Silver medalist representing England, Heather Watson. And gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the ceremony for the Open National 100-meter mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing South Africa, Anthony Peters. Bronze medalist representing Australia, Heath Corrie. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Jack Sadbury. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of England. We move on to our next ceremony, which is the female development 50-meter mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing Australia, Miller Clark. Silver medalist representing Australia, Bella Murchie. And gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing South Africa, Jessica Harkes. Please stand if you are able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the presentation for the Open Development 50-meter mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing England, Ben Browning. Silver medalist representing South Africa, Connor Bagley. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Corbin Zine. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. We now move on to the presentation for the female national 50-metre mannequin carry. Bronze medalist representing South Africa, Savannah Voigt. Silver medalist representing South Africa, Kira van Heerden. And gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. Time now for the medal presentation for the female development 100-metre mannequin carry team. Bronze medalists, Team Canada. Silver medalists, Team South Africa. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team Australia. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. We now move on to the presentation for the Open Development 100-meter mannequin team. Bronze medalists, Team Australia. Silver medalists, Team England. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team South Africa. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to the Open National 100-meter mannequin team presentation. Bronze medalists, Team Australia. Silver medalists, Team England. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team South Africa. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of South Africa. We now move on to our next presentation for the female development 200-meter super lifesaver. Bronze medalist representing Australia, Miller Clark. Silver medalist representing England, Mimi Fisher. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Eleanor Flowers. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. We now move on to the presentation for the Open Development 200-meter Super Lifesaver. Bronze medalist representing Australia, Billy Love. Silver medalist representing England, Henry Russell Ross. And gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, Asia Lopez Vicente. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. We now move on to the presentation for the female national 200-meter super lifesaver. Bronze medalist representing England, Amaya Lopez. Silver medalist representing England, Emily Robson. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing Australia, Chelsea Jones. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. Next, the presentation for the Open National 200-meter Super Lifesaver Final. Bronze medalist representing South Africa, Anthony Peters. Silver medalist representing England, Samuel Lawman. Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion representing England, James Blaby. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of England. We now move on to the presentation for the female national 100-metre mannequin Gary team final. Bronze medalists, Team England. Silver medalists, Team South Africa. Gold medalists and Commonwealth champions, Team Australia. Please stand if you're able to do so for the national anthem of Australia. That concludes our medal presentations for Day 2 of the RLSS Commonwealth Lifesaving Championships. Congratulations to all of our medalists. Thank you to everyone for joining us for the second day of competition. We will be back tomorrow for the third and final day. The dry and wet circuit will be starting at 7:30 tomorrow. We'll be live with event heats at 11:45 before our finals at 4 o'clock. A big thank you to everyone here in the venue and for those watching us around the world on the live stream. We look forward to welcoming you back to Swansea and the Welsh National Pool again tomorrow.